Hello, my computer daters. Really just want to work on my music video right now, but I've got a stream. I can show a work in progress later on to those of you who stop by, of which there are likely to be about 5 or 6. So it won't really matter if I share that with you. I also don't know if I can actually stream tonight because something has gone wrong with my computer. I don't know what it is. It scrolls. Like the scroll wheel is either broken or I don't know. It's always scrolling upwards, and I already tried unplugging my mouse, which I can't really do because it's wireless, so there's no plug to pull. But there's like a dongle somewhere. Oh, oops. Hang on, I fucked up again. Oh, I didn't even have it set to display properly, so... I can't think lately. I've got brain fog. It's been a persistent issue. Uh-oh, I lost my phone. Wait, no, there it is. Can't blame it on air quality anymore because I fixed that with a powered forced air pump thingy. Going for a leisurely stroll. It's cool that he has different suits throughout the game. Let's see if I remember how to play this.
You gotta be pretty stupid to try and hide here. Look.
There we go. What's happening there? Oh, okay. Also acceptable. The hostage died, though. Everything I just did was trying to save him. Let me make sure I'm broadcasting, because nobody's responding. It's Monday. It should be here. I guess fucking nobody cares, and I should kill myself. Noted. Everyone else in my family is dead anyway.
The enemy's got vehicles using that route. It's too far on foot and too heavily guarded. Stick with the plan and make your way through the old city.
I was just fucking looking. Jesus. Spent all day getting mad at scenarios in my own head again. Mostly remembering incidents where confusion and misunderstandings happened due to differences in style of speech. Can I not ledge grab? Why not ledge grab?
That's where they're holed up.
Some kind of electronic lock on the gate.
Most likely it opens only if you have the right ID data stored in your left hand. Perhaps you could find a cyborg with access and borrow it?
You see any cyborgs around here, Doc?
Why not double back? Check the vehicle route again. You know, back at the entrance to the old city.
You told me not to go there.
Maybe you can hitch a ride. Most likely, platoon commanders carry correct ID data for the gate. Use enhanced mode to figure out who to hit.
What's enhanced mode? Is that like this thing? I dimly remember it. Getting better at the combat. Fuck. So I can force it into sword mode sometimes.
Excellent work. There was classified data embedded in that hand. It appears that man underwent modification at a Patriot facility, just as you did.
Chad the game, indeed. Fuck, shit. He's kicking my ass. I forget how to play. I forget how to play this. How do I do the thing? God fucking damn it. I tried the button combo. I've completely lost all my muscle memory. I can't, there we go. I've been trying to parry, I forgot how to do it. Blade mode is pretty bad. Listen, I'm operating at full capacity. You're dealing with a limited person. Please be patient with me. Oh, cool physics. Why is that one halfway in the ground? Why is that okay? Blade mode is the only mode. You only have a blade. Do you mean I should be using grenades? What's good, filthy weeb? I have not become acquainted with the rules of nature.
Make your way to the hotel roof.
I know, I tried that. It didn't work. There's some trick to it. What do you mean block? I've not been blocking. What's the block button? I don't see a block button. Oh. I'm exhausted from video editing all day. I still only got about 60% of my thing done. Fucking... It feels just like in Castlevania when you fall in the clock tower and you go all the way back to the start of the fucking level. And you're like a baby and you're starting your whole life over.
Those I have. That woman.
Sick hat. Everyone's so stylish and fashionable in this game.
Raiden, what's happening? Your heart rate spikes.
Yeah, I just dodged a bullet. All right, I'm heading for the refinery.
I didn't block though. I attacked and then I hit attack, and then I did a direction. I didn't block. I don't know of any block button. You specifically said block. Oh, I didn't even know I could kick until now. That's not block. Is this block? This is not block. Alright, you see, you attack by blocking. I mean, you attack by blocking. I did not mean to say that. I missed my opportunity.
Contact!
I hate when they get stuck and trapped in the fucking... What is that? Oh, that's the thing I was trying to find earlier. I don't want to face that way. I want to face towards the guys I'm trying to shoot. God! I'm just so frustrated. This game fucking sucks ass. I wasted 2 missiles too. That was another one. Wish I'd noticed that sooner. I'm not any fucking good at video games anymore. I'm just worn out. Worn out from being mad all day. About just the way that people are. Like when people can tell, when you complain that something is offensive and they do it on purpose just to rub that wound, rub it in, and then act like you're the one who's out of line, and you react even worse. When they fucking... I was talking with Short Talk about this. If someone interrupts you, just as a matter of habit, they're just a habitual interrupter, and you're like, well, I don't fucking have to take this internally. You don't say that. But then you just peace out of there. But they don't want to have failed the conversation because they interrupted, so they grab you by the shoulder or arm like they have the right to touch you. This happened in college, and I was like, you're assaulting me, and like, you're being dramatic, I didn't hit you, and I'm like, that's battery. Stupid. Assaulting legally includes unlawful detainment, such as by grabbing somebody's body and preventing them from leaving. I have freedom of association. I don't have to stick around if you're going to communicate in a way that I can't stand. And then usually the question is something like, what are you, fucking autistic? And I'm like, yes, I am. And then they're fucking thrown off balance, and it's like, what, really? I'm like, what the fuck do you think, bitch? There was a clue 2 seconds ago in yes, the word yes, which means yes. That's what that word means. There are people who don't let you peace out, though. You start talking about freedom of association and non-aggression principles, stuff like that, they just laugh at you. And they're like, what, would you just tell me what's wrong? And you explain to them that being interrupted offends you. So they interrupt you again on purpose, as if to make some kind of facile point. I'm getting my ass kicked again. Good enough. I just can't stand people sometimes. And when they're already annoyed with you, they don't show that they're irritated. They keep smiling, so they're not the one that's mad. And as you speak, if your speech is stilted, if you're struggling, then they take that as a invitation to insert words that they want to be next, either guessing at what like they're fucking autocorrect. I didn't ask for autocorrect. I don't need you to do that. I need you to shut up and let me finish my fucking sentence. But sometimes it's not what they sincerely think you're gonna say next. It's if you say something that's like suggestive, if taken out of context, if they put like the right word in there, they'll do that just to be funny. And they do the same thing. It's like you're speaking in speech bubbles, and your speech bubbles is a public Google document, and they're editing it in real time to make you say cringe stuff because they already don't like you. They do the same kind of thing though. Also, if you're like doing like a physical task, and like what's taking so long? It's like I'm still figuring it out. They take that as invitation to invade your personal space, take what you're doing out of your hands, infantilizing you, and then finishing it for you. And it feels humiliating to have to explain to them, I want to do it myself. Let me do things by myself. I shouldn't have to say that. If I did that to them, they would flip their shit. And if you react to these ways, just because it's an unusual way to react, like sometimes people ask me multiple times if I really mean something, because I'll say something that doesn't sound true, just because it's not common knowledge, or they're surprised to hear it, and it's not the answer they expect. People, allistics often fill in the gaps in their hearing with what they expect to hear, so they hear what they expect to the first time, and you have to correct them. Like they have perceptual AI gen or something. Like they really, really, really expect to hear what they expect to hear. And if you contradict them, then it throws them for a whole loop, because then they have to fucking activate their higher brain functions and actually listen to you, and not just kind of listen to the basic like vibe of what you're saying. They're very vibes based. Anyways, if you react funny, like saying something they don't expect hearing, like, really? I'm like, yes. Really? Yes, 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 and then they get all alarmed because I'm behaving strangely. Like, I only need to hear it once. I'm like, no, you didn't. I said it once, and you asked me really again. Or some other variation on that. It's like, clearly, yes doesn't mean the same thing to you as it means to me. Because when I hear yes, I think it means yes. When you hear yes, you hear maybe. I said what I meant, and something went wrong in your brain. You didn't understand me, or you didn't hear me correctly. So I said yes about a dozen times, and if you noticed, it's self-justifying because it was effective. If I say yes about 12 times, I never have to repeat myself again, because it's that effective. They understand instantly that what I mean by yes is yes. And they don't ask me again after that. My yeses mean yeses, and my no's mean no's in every conversation after that point. So it's not really a strange behavior. It's very efficacious. But because they're annoyed that I treated them that way, which they deserve to be treated that way, they'll sometimes seek to humiliate me by calling their friends over and being like, hey, watch this. And they'll repeat the stimulus again like I'm a robot, or like I'm ChatGPT, and they're getting a funny reaction out of it. And they want me to perform for the audience like an organ grinder's monkey. I just really want to commit murders a lot of the time. There's just a 1,001 ways in which supposedly normal, healthy people are profoundly unworthy of life, and should not be breathing the same air that I breathe. Not because I deserve it more, but because they deserve it less. I just fucking can't. It's just, I know it sounds like little trivial trivialities. I'm fucking Porky Pig now. But it's just a little bits of friction add up. And eventually it's like talking to one of these people is like rubbing sandpaper on my brain. The assumption of the right to do all sorts of things they don't have the right to do. It's not that they're stupid. These are not stupid actions. These are presumptuous actions. That's mostly what it is for me, is just people making assumptions that are actually deeply inappropriate, especially when they intentionally try to steer my statement in a way that is inappropriate. Like they're hacking me. Like they're fucking circuit bending me in order to entertain themselves. Because they have sensed that they're not dealing with a human being, they're dealing with like a meat robot of some kind. And that they can play games with me and get me to do entertaining things. Which dehumanizes me, and it makes and it dehumanizes them to me. It's like, this is somebody who's just a fuckhead who refuses to understand me and does not have the basic human degree of respect for me, so I don't need to value their life. I try to give them the benefit of the doubt because very likely it's their first time conversing with an autistic person. So they're going to make some missteps. And likely they'll become better people as their understanding increases. And they gain more experience and more understanding of... Another issue that causes frequent misunderstandings is I don't know how to sound like I'm not lying.
We intercepted call for backup during your last fight.
I can say a completely true thing, but if I say it...
You can engage if you wish. It is your choice.
Apparently what allistics do is if they want to ensure that they're believed, they say things in a way that leaves out any information that gives like a contrary indication. They smooth it over in order to ensure that it's taken as a purely positive indication, so that they don't cause confusion. Whereas I report the information accurately, warts and all. So that and a bunch of other phenomena unique to persuasive speech results in sounding like I'm waffling. And what I don't think they realize is the people who are the most effective and practiced at sounding convincing are habitual liars. You know what I mean? Like, people who lie a lot get good at sounding like they're not sus. So I googled it and found out this is a common problem for autistic people, that we don't sound convincing, or we sound... Something about how we communicate comes off as inherently sus. And people are just always suspicious of us no matter what, even though we're, I think, uncharacteristically honest people. Uncharacteristic of humanity, rather. And if you repeat the person's actions back to them, they suddenly become self-aware and ashamed of them. Like, why are you... What's with the stick up your ass? I'm like, well, first, I attempted to communicate information to you that you requested from me, and you interrupted me multiple times throughout that information, in some cases requesting clarification that would have become obvious contextually had you simply let me finish. And then when I objected, I stuttered or stammered or something, or I got confused and you ridiculed my disability, or I made one of those weird noises my throat makes, and they imitated it back to me because they were angry at me in the moment. Then they try to fucking do damage control. Like, okay, stop. I'm sorry. It's like, no, fucking too late. 1,000 years, no forgiveness. You are my enemy forever now. I just hate how it's normal to communicate. I understand communication as verbal transmission of data, which is a clearly delineated, turn-based process where you present information, they reply with their own information and requests for clarification, then you do the same back and forth in a dialectic until a mutual understanding is arrived at. And I can't say stuff like that to them because they immediately... It's like they 50% detect I'm autistic, but they don't believe it that I really am right away. So they'll ask me point blank, you realize you sound autistic right now? And I'm like, that's because I am. And then they're caught deer in the headlights because they think, oh, maybe he's joking? Maybe he's yanking my chain in order to throw me off balance, or maybe I fucked up and I'm about to lose my job. Maybe just don't say fucked up things. Maybe communicate like a normal person. I know that that's counterintuitive because they are communicating like a normal person, but what I mean by normal is not literally normal, but like how things should be. Where the main point of communication is to clearly convey information and have it be understood accurately. Kinda wish I could grab shit from inside of them. It's such a small... Each of these things is small individually, but it's like being eaten alive by ants. All of them together is just like grit. It's like a... It's like biting into meat and having there be a little bit of hard bone or gristle. But having that happen every bite. Like, technically, each bite is still 90% free of bone and gristle, but there's that little bit. They don't hear what you say, either. If you say that's stupid, they hear you're stupid. Or, let me think of another example. I had one earlier. I can't think of it now. There's a bunch of things where if you phrase it in such a way that it gives them the impression that you feel a certain way, but you're not saying it, then they fill in that gap for you. But that doesn't work with autistic people, because autistic people don't filter it in the first place. They already said what they meant.
Right. The cliff is just ahead at the end of the old city. Beyond that is the refinery's backyard.
So what?
I don't
Is the
care.
ship drop? The
Let me
refinery's
cut
not
helicopters.
connected to the city at all?
No, it was only built 2 years ago. There should be a narrow path around there that leads
Why are
to
you
the
dressed
plant.
like that? Why don't you have a normal-sized
But
collar for
probably
your
you can
shirt?
cut your way through.
Probably.
Are you wearing a
Don't get
trash
cocky.
bag?
Most likely it is Desperado running security down there.
Shitty mustache. I'm just madly in anger with everybody today. I don't know why my sticking point is communication. I think because I had so many misunderstandings as a youth, which, let's be fair, I'm not a youth anymore, that I put all of my stats into communication, learning how to communicate in the way that school taught me was correct. But school doesn't really teach you how to communicate in a way that people are comfortable with. It teaches you how to communicate formally. And a lot of people find formal communication sort of corporate and rigid and and it chafes at them, and that didn't help. And learning how to speak using the full English vocabulary and with correct syntax and treating language as if it's equations where syntax is the equivalent of order of operations. Or I guess more similar to logical statements where like if, and, or, but, and whatnot serve as qualifiers much in the same way as they do in logic. And that's not the right way to do it. The right way to do it is to speak in almost like Darmok and Gelad at Tanagra. Remember that episode? Not that extreme, but like in smaller meme chunks, where the meme chunks are just turns of a phrase that are often used and that are very highly auditorily legible. So you can hear them. The intonation helps people understand what you're saying, even if they don't hear all of it. And stitching them together in clusters of words doesn't require that they activate their higher brain functions. They can mostly parse conversations with their hindbrain. That's true, Mr. Naysayer, but that goes both ways. Like I'm kept up some nights wondering if I misunderstand things because my interpretation of a topic is just what parts of it I'm able to understand. And how would I know that? If anybody dumber than I am doesn't understand me, I would logically not understand anybody sufficiently smarter. It's a if two people are pretty close, then it's not an insurmountable gap by any means. It's just that they don't have to be that far apart before it becomes one. I'm stuck in a liminal space where I'm not very well educated, but I am very articulate, having focused on writing for the past 12 to 13 years. So many of my ideas are not really groundbreaking. They're things people have said before. The only reason they read well is because I have a talent for presentation. It's like a fucking Honda Civic with a spoiler on it. That's cool. I was wondering why you couldn't do that in other games. This game has really impressive destructibility. When I was younger, I always wondered why certain game engines would introduce features like the Mars game, whatever it was, Red Attacks, Red Alarm, Red Faction, having destructible geometry, and it was like, okay, well, we moved on from that now. Why did we lose that feature? Why don't features accumulate as permanent parts of a feature set of all engines? Like, why do some games have some features and other games don't? Why do we keep reinventing the wheel? Nowadays with Unity, those things are all like plugins, so they're much easier to replicate when appropriate. But I've been talking about this for a while. Voxel engines would make a lot of those features standardized just because of how the engine works. Like you would have good water physics just because it's voxels. You would have perfect destructibility just because it's voxels. You'd be able to cut things and get accurate cross sections because it's voxels. Fire would work realistically. What are those things? Oh, I don't like those. They could give 3 hand jobs at once, though.
Watch out! They keep on coming.
What's good, Cammy? You just missed a solid 20 minutes of me just complaining about how people communicate, which is, I think, my #1 pet peeve in all the world. The whole gang is here. It's a good time to watch the prototype of my new music video. It's not complete. It's about 60% complete, but this is what I got so far. Wait.
If you wanna make a breakthrough. Time to listen more, head is spinning while I fill you in on autism lore. I done told you about the tendies and I warned you about the jugs. What I didn't say when you're away, I miss your warm hugs. You could be my teacher if you're up to the part. I'll decrease your pizza if you unfreeze my heart. You're my only special interest, I can never get bored. You fucked up and while you hopping on my Megazord. Emotions and devotion stumble when I express them. No deception, my affections, I struggle to confess them. But my feelings are real, even if I seem logical. Still waters run deeper than Bionicle Chronicles. I love you so dearly, even if I can't say it. I don't come across clearly, but my actions betray it. My heart is under construction, thanks for your patience. Your seduction's obstructed, then keep being tenacious. You could be my teacher if you're up to the part. I'll decrease your pizza if you unfreeze my heart. You're my only special interest, I can never get bored. Ain't fucked up and while you hopping on my Megazord. If you stop learning, keep being my teacher. Won't give up on love, don't give up on me either. Colors calculated, not black and so rated. Good things, gold rings, wait for love that's faded. If you're up to the part, I'll decrease your pizza if you unfreeze my heart. You're my only special interest, I can never get bored. You fucked up and while you hopping on my Megazord. I'll never stop learning, keep being my teacher. Keep being my teacher. I won't give up on love, don't give up on me either. But colors calculated, my blankets are weighted. Good things, gold rings, wait for love that's faded.
That's what I got so far. Tell me why the prophets failed to foresee cyberdactyls would menace humanity or something like that. That one was a miracle. Oh, the drum syncs up with the Metal Gear music. Cyberdactyls would raid humanity, plague humanity. Sometimes you get a miracle out of AI. It's just monkeys on a typewriter. You got to try over and over and over, which removes a lot of the talent from it. It's mostly just having an ear for what's good at that point, and also tedious persistence. What do you think of the new music video so far? It has some repetitions in it, but it used to have more. I cut out 2 verses that were repeated from other verses, but there was not a possibility to cut out any more than that because it gets kind of loud later on, and there's background audio that overlaps, so there's not a clean place to cut it. That is so cool. Why don't all games have that? I guess if you're going to make a sword game, it has to have that.
Dolphin and his team must be in here. Find him.
Those kind of make sense, actually. As a non-lethal weapon to just subdue somebody, like a bunch of 3-armed robots. There's an extended cut, but there's like 5 verses that repeat themselves, which are not the chorus, which was probably my fault. I think what happened is I left a bracket off of the chorus in the prompting, and then it was like an open-ended HTML tag where it didn't know which part of the subsequent text was the chorus, and it oversampled it. So it's like, well, I'll just repeat everything a bunch of times. Fucking frustrating thing. Oh. What's happening? Oh. I'm trying to block it. That didn't go well. Speaking of all this shit, you see the new Unitree? Did I pronounce that right? Android demo? Let me call it up. My computer's being slow today. Probably because I got 1,000 tabs open, but they're not all loaded. Hold on, it's still loading. The other thing is, people can irritate you, and you have to remain emotionless. But then they'll remark on your emotionless as if you've done something, emotionlessness, as if you've done something wrong. But you're like, that's how I have to be, and like, no, you don't. But if you become emotional in a conflict, people immediately point it out.
Hi guys.
There you go. Start over. You're getting scary good. I don't think this is sped up either. I think it's slowed down. I don't think they can balance in a pre-computed way. I think you're thinking of Boston Dynamics, which early on that was true. Stuff like this is. It does all this while also at the same time dynamically balancing. I think it's more sophisticated than you think. I think so. I could be wrong.
Right. Wait. There are active IR sensors in the area. Part of factory security, no doubt, but the enemy may be using it.
I fucking fucked that up. Good night, short talk. You are. Your baby. Fuck. Oh, there's two of them. Shit on the fuck. All these guns. I'll look it on the stick. This is not gonna go well. Can you take care of the guns first? What'd I do here? I can't see. I'm dead. That's got my ass beat.
Raiden! Raiden!
What's the strat in a room like this where there's guns everywhere? Oh, I love kittens. Lucky. How do you get to foster them? At that stage of life, they're just so much fun. They're so devious. One of the most soul-crushing things I ever read was a recounting of the day-to-day life of a scientist whose job involved testing implants that restore hearing on cats, or maybe not that, something that required eventually killing them, where you need to be able to look at the skulls afterwards, and he kept the skulls, and I could not imagine. I would get attached to the cat. I tried to bust it out of the lab. I couldn't sit by and let a cat be euthanized as an experimental subject. Cat, like that's the last animal you should test anything on. They stagger me and they stun lock me. There's no time to do anything. There we go. That's all I was trying to do. I'm not good enough anymore. I think we hit the brick wall of my skill level. Why did you do that? What do you mean? I could just leave the room. Through which exit? What are you talking about? I see why there's such a focus on stealth. Where's the exit? Is it over here? It's not over here. I can't use this. I see the blinking on my radar. I'm not stupid. But it doesn't work. Why? Oh. Okay, now I understand. I'm not at my peak right now. God damn it. I'm at like 2 brain cells right now. There's also no way that isn't humiliating. Like, what language do I use to clue people in the fact that they're dealing with a limited person? That, and there's like, no, I'm not. You're smart. I'm like, I don't want to have this conversation with every person I talk to you about how there's different kinds of intelligence. I might sound smart, but I'm not. I am good at writing and composing text and speech. Not right now, obviously, because it's real-time communication. I'm on the spot. But when I pre-calculate statements, I can make them sound good. It doesn't mean that I don't have struggles in other areas, and they're like that. Ultimately, the impression I get is they felt it was like I put some kind of burden on them by saying so. Like I expect something from them. I just don't want them to expect too much, because they stress me, they overload me. And I'm damned if I do and damned if I don't, because if I say I'm autistic up front there, then I seem like I just say that anytime anything gets remotely difficult. But if I don't say it, and friction happens between us, and misunderstandings that build up until they're furious with me, and then finally they find out I'm autistic, they're like, why didn't you tell me? I'm like, what? Like, why didn't you warn me that you were autistic? So I could have tailored my approach, and I would have understood I was dealing with a different kind of person. Like, because if I had told you up front, what happens every time is that they say that I'm using it as an excuse, or that I rely on it too much. So they can't see the alternate timelines where in either event, whether I inform them at the beginning or at the end of an altercation, it's my fault either way somehow. Should I just wear the fucking hat, the blue hat with the white text on it? It says, please be patient with me. People have what I think is like a folksy sense of everybody being identical spiritually, and like their consciousness being of the same quality. So disability isn't real. It's just learned behaviors. They can talk people out of it in 5 minutes. Like, just don't do this. Just be like I am. Wow, thanks, I'm cured. And you cannot disabuse them of that feeling, because if you have an altercation where that's the central beef, then they double down on it, because for that, if they're wrong, then they're being horrendously insensitive, and they'd rather that not be the reality. If they have a choice of different interpretations of events, they'd rather the one where I'm just being a stubborn, tricksy person. Then in every interaction after that, you're aware of the fact that they're thinking in the back of your head that your whole life is some sort of Andy Kaufman-esque routine designed to shield you from consequences and solicit sympathy, which makes it impossible to ever like that person. unless you know that person like at work or at school for long enough that they can observe your behavior over a long time period and see it work against you. See you make like a fool of yourself because of lack of social grace. And then they think to themselves, he wouldn't have done that voluntarily. Maybe he's not acting because he wouldn't have humiliated himself in a public place on purpose or just to keep up the act. And so they come to you in private and like there's some kind of Mother Teresa and like, okay, I believe you now. I'm like, oh, wow, thank you. Wow, what a good person. Now you believe me that what I've been fucking telling you. And you want your fucking trophy? Your medals are in the mail. Maybe the lesson is that I should just not bring it up and let them observe my behavior over long enough time scales so they have that evidence in memory already when the issue comes up. And they can draw on those memories and be like, oh yeah, I see, that makes sense now. I can't reach that one. Can I parry with my foot? It staggers me for too long, and then they can just chain their attacks. I don't think I can fight two of these at once.
What is going on? Right.
Can I switch to easy difficulty? I think I still have it on normal. So much of what irritates people about other people is just their misunderstandings of situations or their conceits. Not conceit like being arrogant or self-centered, but a conceit as in a pretense about a person or situation that's not true, that they hold to be true, and for shitty reasons. Either because if it's not true, then they're a bad person, or some other reason. And just the fact they have these programs in their operating system, they're walking around with a false understanding of reality that's calculated to flatter them or to cast aspersions upon another person. And just, even if they don't do anything after that to pick a fight, it's just irritating being around them. It's like if you talk to somebody about the Queen of England and they're like, for whatever reason they think that's a fictional character, like, oh yeah, the Queen of England, is she in the room with us right now? It would drive you nuts because they think that you're a delusional person when they're the wrong one, and they won't fucking look at a Wikipedia article because they think you're delusional and wasting their time. I think we should just bring back duels. We just fight to the death. Is this a gale? Fuck! think it's probably how it is for trans people who sincerely believe themselves to be who they identify as. Like, everybody around them in the world is walking around with an irritating, false pretense about them, which would probably get maddening over long enough time periods. I should remember that so I don't get far up my own ass, is that I've been guilty of, if not these exact things, then probably things that I'm not even aware of that irritate other people. I do try to see things from their point of view. Like when somebody steps in it because they've never dealt with a neurodivergent person before, I give them the leeway of, this is their first experience with that, and if I'm hurtful about it, then they're going to have a stick in their craw about it going forward and be difficult and make the lives of other people like me difficult in retaliation. So probably I should make their first experience gentle and not irritate them and not make them feel like they're being lectured. But a lot of it is just that people don't... I don't want to say people. I think it's largely a North American phenomenon. And I think a lot of it is just evangelicals in particular having an adversarial relationship with psychotherapy, almost on par with what is going on with Scientologists and psychiatrists, where they fundamentally don't really believe in like a brain-centric model of consciousness. They don't think that anything can be really unfixably wrong with a person's brain, because they don't believe that you think with your brain. They think you're a spirit, and that everybody has equal immortal spirits. The brain is like a signal receiver, so that they're inherently suspicious of mental health and of any medications related to that. If you look normal, if you're not like fucking covered in shit and wearing a potato sack or something, if you can dress yourself, and if you speak articulately, if you don't slur your speech or talk with the distinctive drawl of like a Down syndrome patient, if you like Down syndrome, they can see something is different. If they can't see anything different about you, then they don't really believe there is anything that could possibly be invisibly different. Like, if you speak, especially because often these people don't speak articulately, just because they put their status points into other things, in other areas of their lives. So I think if this guy talks prettier than I do, he can't possibly be diminished in any way, because that would mean I'm even more diminished. Again, conceiving of intelligence as a single variable. That's the creationism of the 21st century, substance dualism. They still don't have a good answer to the problem of interaction, and 90% of the time they've never heard of it, and they need me to explain to them why it's a problem. And they still don't have an easy time explaining to me why the problem of hard problem consciousness is hard or a problem itself. I need to understand and be understood by everybody, Camu, because every person should be treated as if you're stuck on a desert island with them, and they're not disposable. I would like to be able to make friends with everybody I meet. I don't think it's just religious either. It's all also related to our national culture of bootstraps. And all men are created equal. And I think underneath all that is just a very human, almost animalistic perception of awareness in other people, like their eyes and their voice, and the way that we subconsciously detect problems with other people. If they don't detect anything that's wrong with your speech, and you don't stink, and you're dressed like an adult, they think this is a functional person. They're at least as functional as I am. And I'm the baseline by which I judge other people, so this person is fine, and if they say they struggle with anything that's easy for me, then they're just not doing it right, or they're not trying, or they're making excuses. Which is like, it's like Facebook science. It's like I know as much as doctors do, because I can search for videos on YouTube. Like, there's nothing to it. And the same goes for, I guess, evaluating somebody's mental capacities. They feel like they can just get a folksy sense of if somebody's all there just by conversation. I recall something about that. Why don't you fill us in, Nedist? I think every part of that sentence is wrong, though. We're neither created nor equal. It's just the summation of the polite lie that part of our social fabric is based upon. Should have said summary. Summarization. I'm like ChatGPT in a lot of ways, where ChatGPT is not very smart, but it's very good with language. That it just goes to show if you're really, really good with language and really well trained on writing, you can sound like you know what you're talking about. Which ChatGPT is very good at sounding like it knows what it's talking about, and presenting it in a manner that's linguistically pretty. That's me. I am that guy. We're both just repeating training data. Oh, that's an important distinction. Thank you. That's because you're a sweetie pie, Cameo. You're a perfect, pristine Cinnabon cinnamon roll. Fresh out of the oven at the shopping mall. You're too good and too pure for this world. I would burn any dust which dare settle upon you. Hey, I survived. They just forgot about me? How do you see a cyborg with a sword and forget about it? When I feel dumb, I'll just remember Metal Gear guards. It makes it really easy to be a suit, also. If you're just really good with language. You're still only actually smart about the things that you've studied in depth, but you can sound generally knowledgeable and borrow concepts and that overlap between them in order to sort of construct the facade of knowledge on the fly. I mean, I did that for much of my schooling. There are people who really never learn that about themselves, though. It's a big problem with experts in one field thinking that if they're smart enough to become an expert in a difficult field like engineering or biology or something, that they must be smarter than the average bear in all fields. This is what is thought to be the driving principle behind the Salem hypothesis, Salem syndrome, Salem something. Where engineers, because all their experiences in engineering things, they have no knowledge of biology, they see engineering in biology and they conclude to creationism at a higher rate than other people. I wonder if that's affected by whether or not they have any experience with procedural generation or evolutionary algorithms in their line of work, because I think that would counteract that impression somewhat. Is this a waifu?
I was wondering when you'd come.
This is a waifu.
No one calls me that anymore. Dosayef, where is he?
I can show you a better time than.
Oh, she's the chocolate lady.
There.
You're in charge here?
Kiss me, baby.
I am Mistral, the cold wind of France. And you.
That is what
your
French people look like now.
reputation precedes you. Liberian, but white as snow. A natural born killer, even as a child.
That was a long time ago.
I was born in Algeria myself, you know. I'm only half French.
And?
We had our own civil war in the 90s. So you see, cut from the same cloth, you and I.
You don't know me.
I lost my whole family, everything.
Good thing she's got her priorities straight with the cosmetics.
My family's killers. That's when I realized I am a killer too. And a good one at that. I slaughtered dozens in Iraq, in Afghanistan. I'd found my calling.
Proud of that.
How's she walking on grating with stilettos?
Happened. To be honest,
She's standing on a metal grating and she's got high heels. Or she was a second ago.
my enemies fell like domino, one after another.
Oh, mommy.
Not once did I feel threatened. I was adrift, without challenge, without purpose. At times, I even envied my prey. At least they had a cause to die for. And then, I met him.
Who?
And I knew what I had been missing.
Support?
His ideals gave my life meaning. Ideals, Jack. What are yours?
I
Pee is stored in the balls.
weak.
Still? So naive.
And if I must kill to protect them, then so be it.
It seems we have less in common than I thought.
I'll take that as a compliment.
If you would kill for your ideals, then surely you are ready to die for them.
Oh, that's cool. Is that her weapon? Oh, she's Nico Robin. Uh-oh. You're enjoying that a little too much.
Come, Manga.
You gotta give it to them. Some of this stuff is silly, but the rule of cool is strong in the Japanese. Especially the Metal Gear guys. They have a real flair for... Yeah, whip me. You can't do that, it's cheating. I did the thing, but it didn't do the thing.
Not worth my time.
I think I'm really at the limits of my skill. This is way too hard for me. It's all I can do to survive, and there's always more of her little helpers. Why must we fight? Why can't we kiss?
Don't you want it more? Over here, I will lift you up top.
I keep trying to parry, but I can't do it. What did I do wrong? She's just way too good.
Is that any way to treat a lady?
It's not fair. I guess that's the point. I parry her, but it doesn't work. She parries back too. I made it this far. Step on me! It's like a finishing move. I can't see anything. I can't move. Let go of me. Let me move. Fuck. It's so cheap. Oh, I am too slow. She parries back too. Shit. Oh, come on! It's like a finishing move! Fuck! Oh, god damn it! Camera, help me. Fuck. What's happening? I fucking Terminator 1000er. Oh man. It's supposed to be a circle? Oh. I didn't know that.
Vitals are dropping.
I lost. So this is how they felt.
How is she speaking?
Dying. For a cause.
Wait. No. Hold on.
I am sorry. He was too much.
I do not need apology. I need you alive.
But I know you will never fall.
What is this talk about?
Chetan. The Timonka.
I know that. I know that. I have been doing that. I know it doesn't seem that way.
You never.
I played well enough to beat this boss. Just barely. She took all of my backups.
To you, idiots.
You killed her! You vile nuts! Murderer!
That's rich coming from you. It's overdose, I have. Surrender. Translation.
Why would I surrender? You are exactly where I want.
Shit.
Built with Russian money to make Russian money. It is no plan for our cause. It is their prison. But now, They will be free!
Damn. Crazy son of a bitch.
Raiden? Raiden, what happened?
Bastard blew himself up.
I see. Time to get you out of there. We're sending a helicopter. Secure an LZ.
Understood.
I managed to beat her while barely understanding the mechanics. Understanding the mechanics. I get her weapon too. Yes, of course. Not enough money. You have a bunch of different bodies, don't you? Oh, the classic. Wait, did I not already... Already did. That's all of it. Oh, you have a catio. Is it extensive? It's like wooden and chicken wire?
Guys lined up, right?
Yep, all set.
Hope so. You'd be a little conspicuous just walking the streets.
Relax, Kev. I'll blend right in.
What the fuck, man?
Well, just get into the sewer system ASAP. Hopefully anyone who notices you will just mind their own business.
Just more sewer Mexicans.
You sure you want the K9000 there along for this one?
I had the good doctor make some adjustments along with the repairs. Remote piloting and AI wiping have been disabled. So yeah, I say let's throw him a bone.
I've got my own one of these.
Skeleton resembles a canine. Canines enjoy bones. Amusing on 2 levels.
It is like an AI.
Let's go.
Aw. What does that mean?
Mariachi. No. Cyborg? Ese sombrero. ¿Qué?
Amigos, you saw nothing.
Adios, amigos.
I wasn't here. Never happened.
Claro, eh?
Yeah, there you go.
It's right. I'm in the sewer system.
Sewer level.
Let's get started. Your mission's to investigate the Desperado-affiliated research center somewhere in that area. According to the intel from our client, the lab's been dumping illegal waste into those sewers. FYI, they're also involved with the cartels in human trafficking. Allegedly, anyway.
This just gets better and better.
Tell me about it. We need you to infiltrate...
That seems like the most tempting part about kittens and foster kittens is just to turn your whole house into a cat fort and make them like their own little universe. What lucky kittens to be placed with you.
the lab and find out everything you can. Of course, you'll have to find it first. We still don't know the exact location.
So I'm looking for anywhere the lab might hook up with the sewers?
Yep. If they're actually dumping waste, they've got to link up somehow. Find that connection, sneak into the lab, and see if you can find evidence implicating them on anything.
No problem. Stealth's my specialty.
Right. Well,
you're a big robot man. What do you mean stealth is your specialty?
What kind of research they're doing there?
Not really. Maybe something related to all the people they're trafficking.
Like experimentation?
It's possible. First things first, though.
Isn't this just the continuation of the RoboCop canon? Although it's weird that in so many decades we never got a RoboCop sequel where they were trying to make military RoboCops. And just an exploration of the militarization of the police as social commentary.
Find a way into that lab. Oh, right. It says here the locals say black crocodiles live in those sewers. So, you know, watch out.
It's Torbingtons.
Black crocodiles? Could they be talking about UGs?
Maybe just an urban legend. But still, be careful.
I will scout ahead. You will provide backup.
I'm loving this game, but it doesn't grab my heart in the same way as Vanquish, just because of the setting. Like, you really appreciate how ambitious the setting that was in a game like this, where the environment is a sewer or like a city block, and yet the detail doesn't really seem to suffer, despite the fact that Vanquish was rendering a fuckload more. And it came out earlier, I think.
Commence operation. Right. Unidentified UGs are patrolling the sewers. Exercise caution.
Is that a monkey?
Better take out that UG quick. Don't want to attract too much attention down there.
This is harder than that boss. What are you doing? I gotta aim for his arm.
What? Raiden? No.
That's a basic enemy, too.
Raiden!
The problem with all these weapons in this future setting is that a shell would fucking obliterate them. You can just pour billions of dollars into organizing the matter of a cyborg at the molecular scale to optimize its strength and speed, but it won't improve if it's in a given size and weight format. There's only so much you can do to improve upon nature, and then you have something that can easily be taken out with like a high caliber rifle, like no matter what you make it out of. It's the cat charging shelf. They recharge there. I don't want to... I mean, my heart wants what it wants, and my heart wants battle cyborgs, but realistically, you even see it in Terminator. In Terminator Genesis, they don't even need plasma weapons to take out a Terminator. They just need really, really high caliber rifles.
Better take out that UG quick. Don't want to attract too much attention down there.
How do I fight this? I can't stop him. There's no time. It's impossible.
What happened? What is going on? Raiden, answer me! Raiden! Damn it!
This is harder than the fucking boss I just fought. I barely scraped by my teeth on that one.
Better take out that UG quick. Don't want to attract too much attention down there.
There's no way to escape that. This is impossible. Can't run away. He just has an instant wind move. I couldn't get out of it fast enough.
What happened? What is going on?
This sucks. I hate this. This isn't fun anymore.
Damn it!
Better take out that UG quick. Don't want to attract too much attention down there.
There we go. I can't get out of this. This isn't fun. This is bad game design. I can't parry anymore. I don't like this.
Better take out that UG quick. Don't want to attract too much attention down there.
I hate this.
Better take out that UG quick.
I can't enter my menu. There we go. Well, that didn't work. His didn't help.
Better take out that UG quick.
Nades are useless.
Better take out that UG quick. Don't want to attract too much attention down there.
How is that a parry? Parrying doesn't work on this guy. They have parried successfully one time.
Better take out that UG quick. Don't want to attract too much attention down there.
See, it didn't work. It parried and it didn't work. Hang on. I can't change the difficulty. I hate this.
Better take out that UG quick. Don't want to attract too much attention down there.
There we go. I parried! There's no winning. The camera also isn't helping.
Better take out that UG quick. Don't want to attract too much attention down there.
There we go. Camera, not that way. It's not fair. That's not fair. I'm not having fun. How do I quit the game? I don't want to play this ever again. I have limited years in my life. I don't have a microsecond to waste. I don't like this as much as I liked the Vanquish game. This fucking sucks. I hate it. Chimpanzees made that. Let's play some Turbo Outrun to calm down. My emotional control is compromised when I'm tired. To whatever extent it even exists.
1, 2, 3.
Controller not work. Controller not work. Why not controller work?
One, two, three. Hit it. Outrun.
There you go. Notice it works in HD now. It didn't used to. The guy who was working on it, I thought we were never getting an update because he started a family. But then I looked at the date and that was months ago. So apparently now he has time to work on this.
Get ready.
Am I broadcasting? I am broadcasting. Another thing I noticed, when people challenge you on something, it's not always because they actually disagree. It's because they're trying to map out the flowchart. If you visualize the conversation or dialogue between you as a flowchart, there's like a fog of war where they don't know, like ahead of them, where they don't know what the outcome of different choices on that branching path would be. And they want to know what the choice would be if they chose differently in order to better inform their decision. So often, so if I'm like, do this, and like, well, what if I do this instead? I'm like, well, fine, don't listen to me. They'll act like I fucking smeared shit under their nose. But from my perspective, it's like tug of war, where the way that you win isn't pulling as hard as you can. It's sometimes giving slack in the rope to give them what they want and show them what the outcome of that is. But those two different methodologies are fundamentally at odds with one another. And understanding that it's not malicious, it's just exploratory, has helped me tolerate it somewhat more. I think people do that subconsciously without even conceptualizing it as exploring a dialogue tree, which is really what they're doing. It's like, in order to choose whether I want to do this, I need to know what the outcome would be if I chose the other way. Another thing is that people like that often also evaluate the defensibility of propositions by challenging them. Conservatives do this a lot, where they aren't necessarily opposed to an alternative solution to a problem. They challenge things by fighting them and seeing if how durable they are and how it's like trial by combat, where a lot of their animosity towards electric cars is actually just testing it. I mean, that's a terrible way to test things. 'Cause if you come at somebody and start fighting them, they're going to think you're hostile. Not that you're testing how strong they are. That's kind of an antisocial way to evaluate the durability of ideas or people. But understanding that about them has helped me not get irritated, and show because everything for them is a fight. Everything for them is struggle and battle, and the strongest Giga Chad wins, whether it's a person or an idea. The only thing this is lacking is assets from Outrunners, which it may have them, it may not. I haven't seen them if it does, but it has the assets from Outrun, and Outrunners assets would really make this pop and complete it. Motorcycles too. He's getting ahead of me. Has he got a better car? I don't hit the cyclist. Better lighting effects though. in the arcade mode. This looks really unexpectedly beautiful in HD. It's like the clarity that we saw this game at as children in the arcade. For those of us who are old enough. My mind's going. This is the shit, video game deserts. I don't know why they live rent-free in my head. I've had dreams that take place in video game deserts. Something about cactus sprites, but more so the ones from Outrunners, which had the better assets of the two games. In large part, I think due to having higher color depth. It had a sunset in its desert stage. Where is this supposed to be? Like a Sonic stage? What are these purple things? You're like a shepherd. Kitten shepherd. As opposed to sea vapes? Aren't all vapes land vapes? Does the earth vape through volcanoes? These are the real questions we have to ask. Got lucky. Have we taught monkeys to vape yet? Because I've seen that we've got them hooked on cigarettes. Oh, city, night city low. Also, driving little 16-bit nighttime cities live rent free in my head. Oftentimes, I'll have realistic night city dreams, but the background will be a night city skybox. That's 16-bit, like in fucking Duke Nukem. Hey, those are 3D guardrails. That's cheating. Fuck. Well, we should teach them to smoke. We should give them those 3D printed things that you can put like 100 cigarettes into and smoke them all at the same time. And we should get them hooked on seed oils and fucking processed sugars. We should feed them a bunch of soy and see how much body percentage, like, but of their tissues we can make into microplastics, just to see if it makes them like die sooner or makes them into immortal half plastic like creatures. I don't mind experimenting on chimps because they're awful creatures in many ways. It's very rare that they're friendly. that solid color sky. Could have had a skybox. You ever fall off one of these in your car in a nightmare? I was in Hawaii and fleeing an erupting volcano in an Aptera for some goddamn reason. And I slipped on a very precarious, narrow mountain highway, and I could feel the car lurching and going over the edge, and I kept thinking, okay, this is how I die. This is how I die. It's not going to be peaceful either. It's going to be a lot of tumbling, and then eventually my body will be crushed. And my bones will be broken. My bones will be broken. What a terrifying way to die. Almost as bad as a plane crash. I wonder if you have time to see like the destruction coming towards you. If the plane goes nose down. If you see like the crumpling metal and fire coming at you before you're just completely shredded. That's more like it. Checkpoint. These are the hang-on assets. Here, B. I'm back, baby. I think about that a lot, though. It's morbid, but death's where it's violent, so just blacking out is not an option. It might be. It might be if there's extreme G's or something. But death's where you don't black out ahead of, in order to spare yourself, like, your body being destroyed while you're still conscious. Like the Challenger disaster. Like, imagine being an astronaut in the Challenger and having like a minute or so to know that something has gone terribly wrong and you're going to die by being incinerated. And feeling the temperature rise outside your flight suit. And shit catching on fire and the shuttle coming apart around you until your body comes apart with it. Just the anticipation and the gradually escalating pain until it rapidly escalates. I think it's worse than plane crash. Not worse. I mean, it is the worst that could happen to a regular person, not an astronaut. If you're in a plane and it's going down, like the one in Brazil, where it had like several minutes where it was in a tailspin, It was going down. Everybody knew it was going down, and they knew it would be a hard landing, and they knew they're probably going to die, but they had a long time to think about it. Death is not scary. I lost my mother recently, and she looked peaceful, and she didn't know what happened. She went in her sleep, which is the ideal. There's no better outcome than to die in your sleep surrounded by loved ones. The process of dying is scary, especially if it's forced upon you, and you don't get to choose anything. You don't get to choose how it happens or when it happens. It's just circumstances force it on you, and it's going to be painful, and it's not going to be quick. That's what you should be fucking scared of. I think about that anytime I get on a roller coaster.
Get ready.
Just like the 1.5 seconds where you're on a derailed roller coaster and it's off the track and it's heading for the earth, and you're in the front car. Just the most perfect pure terror, just an eternal scream resonating outward like a logarithmic spiral to infinity. You know, the best example is actually Kevin, I want to say Mitnick, but that's a hacker. It might have been Kyle. His name started with a K. He was like he was working in the office on one of the top few floors of the World Trade Center. And he had a long time, I don't know if he knew that it was coming down, but he was on the phone when it happened, so you could hear him screaming when the tower collapsed. It's just impossible not to imagine that from his first person point of view. Is feeling the floor giving out from under him. And seeing like everything, the ceiling above him collapsing, and just feeling his body get crushed and burnt. I wonder how long he was conscious for. I also want to say Kevin McCormick, but that's from Home Alone. Were we in Monaco? That's all of them. I think so. Oh, snow. That's a new one. Is this a raster effect? Is this really line scrolling? Because it looks like it. What else would it be? If it's 3D accelerated, I would expect it to be polygons. But hang on, cat's meowing. Meow, what do you want? What are you thinking in your little peanut brain? Meow, you're such a beautiful baby. Oh, she just wanted to be cuddled before she went and ate her food. Cat. Would you stop it? Would you stop wrestling with me? And climbing on me? What do you want? No, don't get on the desk. Nope. Get spray in the face. Look at a flying truck. You see that? Ghost crime. Poggers. go. There we go. Ooh, no.
Congratulations.
No contact. What place did I get though? Sega for... Yep, you said it. What a delight. Aww. Aww. This is heartwarming. Look at how wholesome this is. Look at how wholesome. His family is in the credits. Thank you so much for playing in my game. Hey.
2, 3. Outrun.
It still needs Outrunners assets. Because I can never get Outrunners to run the controls are the issue on RetroArch, which they always are. Here's some indie spook. Let the frustration from Metal Gear drain out of my body. Uh-oh, that's pee. I guess pee is kind of liquid frustration if there's blood in it. You're tired after a long trip. It says spend the night at a hotel. I just sleep in my fucking car. I'm a savage. I'm fine sleeping in cars. It's good because that's probably what we're all going to be doing if automation keeps up. Partial gamepad support and also no VSync. This is going to be a rough ride. Ultra-wide support, though, as an upside. Look at this baby face. Yes, please. Why does this text have to be scary? Nothing scary is happening yet. Oh, why is Ice black? Is he the haunted spoofer man? He better not be. Spooky twink, spooky twink. He's spookier than you think. He's spooky twink. Don't mind the door, it's just the wind. The key. That was not the wind. As an expert on winds from around the world. Why is there an HTML guy here? Oh, this could really do with VSync. Ooh, that's rough on the eyeballs, on the old vision orbs, as the kids say these days. The Skibbity Ohio vision orbs is a thing I totally hear all the time. Oh, that's rough. Look at that tearing. Can you see that at home? It's almost like a de facto VHS filter. Can't run, no running. What's my room number? I didn't pay any attention. Oh, there we go. Oh, cozy, cozy, cozy. Look at this. Just try not to think of how much cum is probably still dried out in the sheets. Bringing it nudity? Rather not. One of the things that Hollywood movies did not prepare me for in my youth was how uncommon beautiful bodies are. Like if we were more relaxed, like European beaches where you just go naked, you want to in some places. I don't think. Well, number one, I don't think it would be an issue because most people would not have arousing bodies. Like, I work out a lot and I have muscles, but it takes a lot of other stuff to get cut to where the muscles actually are visible. Most people just look like regular people without clothes. It's like pink simians. Which is what we are. It's either the headboard and someone's fucking, or it's a rave. Trying to sleep. Is the American Psycho hooker scene happening in there? Hotel reception. I like to order a pay-per-view. Air Bud, the entire series, and then all the Beethoven movies back to back. Room 203, sir. Yes, I'm in room 203. I can't be right, sir. Room 203 is vacant. Wait, hold on. Am I the ghost? It's me, isn't it? The other good thing I'll say for language skills is learning how to articulate your thoughts in writing and speech helps you structure them. It helps you think in a more organized way. So there's like a feedback loop effect where you're not only better able to express your thoughts, you're better able to have them. Is this the fucking Shining? No, it's not quite. The Shining was like hexagons. I'm the ghost. With the most. I'm the ghost with the most toast. The ghost of Betsy DeVos. I don't know what to do. I can't run either. I'm frustrated when I have mobility restrictions in games. I wonder what it's like to be a person in a wheelchair if games are just more freeing. If it has the opposite effect. It's like, oh, I used to be able to do this. Or if it's like dysphoric in a way. Maybe in the future we'll have to have mobility options where you can play games in a wheelchair and virtually. Imagine Ninja Gaiden with Ryu or whatever in a wheelchair. Fucking doing flips. Imagine Metal Gear Rising in a wheelchair. There's probably mods for that. There's probably also mods for Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. Where you can grind on rails and shit. As there should be. What is that? Is that a lighting artifact? Am I supposed to place another phone call? Oh, I'm supposed to have the camcorder. Uh-oh. Nothing good ever happens through viewfinders in games or movies. That's a lad of some description. That was a spooper lad. I was meant to escape when I did. Hey, this isn't a complete room. Oh, you're being dramatic. I get jump scared anyway? Come on, man. At least put obstacles in my way so I can dodge them. Oh fuck, I got PT'd. Oh, it's Quake. At least I didn't die to the sections where you have to run. That's usually what gets me. The first time. And the second and third times. Oh no, it's St. Peter's Cross. Not St. Peter. Oh, I'm that guy. That was me. That was memorable. I think I'll follow him. Maybe I'll regret that. That's kind of formulaic. Let's try this one. Oh, is this VR? Oh. Only the Oculus Rift dev kit. Well, this is an old one. Where am I? I hope I'm moving. I seem to be. What a shame. I would have liked to experience this in VR. Am I in a spacesuit? Sounds like it. Last time took turns though. Which it really feels like it shouldn't do. I can't strafe. am I, was I supposed to collect the monoliths? I could run this whole time. This is also what some of my nightmares are like. This is like what I imagine purgatory to be in Catholic theology. Just some hopeless, empty place. The abstract monoliths and wide open expanses of nothing but howling wind or stillness. So was I supposed to collect that or not? Or you're not meant to go over the edge? That's another one of those deaths where you see it coming. Is falling from a great height, where you have a little while to know that you're about to die. Very conceptually grand. Runs decently too, considering the scope. I feel compelled to explore. I don't know why. There's not much worth exploring. I wonder what this looks like opened in, what was it, Unreal? It was Unreal. Terrain looks like terrain, though. Here we are. We're getting somewhere. Oh, fuck. You know what I just discovered recently that made me really happy, strangely, is the origin of the Dr. Coomer the Green Wizard series on YouTube. It's an actual guy who dresses up like a little green wizard and hobbles around in a crouched position with a green cape and a white conical cap and a little butterfly net and fake eyebrows and a beard. And I guess music reminiscent of that fairy creature puppet that was viral in 2020. Maybe they're related. Maybe that wizard is the grown-up version of the puppet. New lore dropping in real time. It's not really a walking simulator if you can run. Quickly too, by the looks of it. This is the kind of shit I want to explore in VR. This grand, mysterious, abstract stuff. Did I miss anything? I would really like to be able to sidestep, please. I'd like to strafe. This is, has almost Lovecraftian connotations to it. Is there an ending? Oh. I regret nothing. Well, not nothing. A couple things. So just falling into what appears to be an infinite gray void. I can no longer look up or down. Oh, it's an early prototype. When was this released? It makes more stuff just like that. Interesting. Interesting. Not my usual cup of tea, but also a nice break from the usual. This one I didn't like very much. This one I did, we're keeping that one. This one I did, we're keeping that one. Since I got filtered hard by Metal Gear Rising, maybe we'll do some Doom. Doom actually sounds like a good idea. Now that the new version's out. Especially since it runs in ultra-wide and has all the bells and whistles. Which I guess GZ Doom already did, but this one has online multiplayer. Anyone want to play me? Let's not do the... I guess this one, for old time's sake. But we're not going to play this for long. Oh, it's scrolling by itself. Still. This is the new soundtrack. So it sounded like 1993. It's quiet. It almost feels wrong with the new music. I'm going to reveal my age here shortly by knowing where the secrets are. I saw one of those Zoomers react videos where I knew for a fact it was bullshit because like they didn't know like anything about it. And everybody knows Doom. Doom is like up there with Mickey Mouse and Jesus Christ and Mario. It was also staged. If you go back, you can often find them reacting to the same thing a couple months ago and still pretending it's new to them. And also repeating the same jokes like, oh, this came on those little discs that look like the save icon. The worst ones about that are the tribals, the Pakistani tribals, where the first couple of videos, they're sincere, honest reactions to things that were new to them. But then, because I guess VR costs a lot of money if you live in Pakistan, they had like 6 or 7 tribals react to VR for the first time, quote-unquote videos. Which made me cynical. If I wasn't already. Boy, this would be hard with the weapon cycler cycling. That's right, bitches. Get the chain gun early. You also get the chainsaw in this level. 2 chains for the price of 1. Sometimes I get down on this game for not doing as much as it could have with its engine. You barely have any features. You have like raising and lowering sectors, you have mask walls and teleporters, and that's about it that they use for all the different effects in the game. Oh yeah, they also have moving textures on walls, but that's it. They don't have destructible walls, they don't have any kind of rotating sectors, they don't have splitting doors, slide, until Hexen anyways. They don't have transparent glass. They don't have breakable glass, which you're like, oh, give them a break. But Rise of the Triad had that. Rise of the Triad had almost all those things. So it's not a question of the engine sophistication. It's a question of bothering to implement features. Like, it would be unfair to compare this to Duke Nukem 3D, which came out in '96, which seems like, in retrospect, crazy late for an engine of that type. Given that Quake came out, I think, in the same month or the same part of the year, quarter. See, as a kid, I always wondered how to get here. I wound up reading on the fucking early internet in '94, '95, when the first couple of guides. But if you go through here, there's a maze, which I normally skip. In the maze, there's a door that a wall that you have to shoot. Also, this was really scary. Don't underestimate how scary this was to 10-year-old me. Just the lighting. You shoot, that's the only door that I know of you shoot to open it. Guess that's to prevent people from just wall humping. That's how you get that. Also, didn't know you could do that, have the texture of the floor change at different heights. So there were a couple features, but like Duke Nukem 3D took the concept and had slopes, it had transparent glass you could break, it had destructible walls, it had rotating sectors, it had stretching sectors for splitting doors, it had vehicles. Not drivable ones until Shadow Warrior. Just the engine, the graphics engine was so revolutionary for '93. Forget about it. Like, for one thing, everything was texture mapped, so things looked like what they were supposed to be for the most part, or at least it was readable. Like, you could make, if you wanted to, realistic looking settings in this engine. Not that the base game did that. Of course, what you bought Doom for wasn't Doom, it was all the mods. Like Simpsons Doom, Batman Doom, Ghostbusters Doom. Because again, this was like the 3D engine for a while. For a while, if you wanted to have a 3D game that was like playable, that looked like anything at all, you had to make it as a mod for the Doom engine, which is how people got started modding id Software engines. Which continued with Quake and Quake 2 and up to Half-Life. It used to be the de facto, like the norm for gaming, is that there would be one really big first-person shooter that everybody played, and that everybody made mods for that game, because that was like the game. That stopped being the case as of, I think the split between Unreal Tournament 99 and Quake 3, because an equal number of people played each. And then you had games based on those engines also, like Deus Ex. So I think Half-Life was the last big engine where like all the mods were made for that. Anyway, this is Doom. Doom is Doom. We don't have to. Although strangely, I find it compelling. It had gibbing, gotta give it that. It had deathmatch. It had everything it needed to be a revolutionary game, and it was. So I don't mean to shit on it. It's just I grew up editing for build engine games, and they have so many more features. It's absolutely nuts. I think most of the gaming period that I did in my adolescent years was just mods and total conversions for id Software engines because that was free content. If you got very little allowance and you had to mow the lawn for money, being able to play was basically an original full free game as a downloadable add-on for a game you already had. That was pure motherfucking magic. Target Quake, you had Air Quake, you had Quake Rally, you had Q2 Pong, Q2 Kick. You could have all kinds of different experiences in a unified engine. It's kind of like almost the predecessor to Unity, which is why id Software really shot themselves in the foot by not making the same move that Epic did by making their engine into a service. If they had done that, I guess they figured that happened anyway. They were so used to everybody coming to them, they didn't want to bring it to us. After watching three of their games attract huge user bases that would create free content for them that would help them advertise the base program. Good times though. A lot of good adolescent hours spent playing custom content. Like Your Path to Destruction, which was a Quake mod that recreated all the Doom enemies and weapons in Quake. Feels so weird to take this for granted now. When I first played this on the family, what was it, a Pentium? I want to say it's a Pentium, but it ran like shit. It couldn't be. No, I'm not going yet. There's a rocket launcher in this level. Actually, I missed the rocket launcher, didn't I? It was in the last level. Fuck. Wait, no, maybe not. First Pinky. What do I have to do? I have to get this lower. You got the basics here. You got texture map floors and ceilings and walls at any angle and different sector heights. There's a wide variety of experiences you can make. Like the fucking Chex Quest. Not that you want to. Oh, fuck. Alright, that's how you do it. There we go. I remember this being in the last level. Toxic waste dump, or refinery, or whatever. Oh yeah, switches were wall textures, not sprites. Is that all? I could have sworn there's a rocket launcher. I still think there is one. I think it's a secret within a secret. I still don't trust it. Sure, I should have a flashlight. Things often heard while playing Doom 3. This is supposed to be the moon of Mars, but you've got like Tibetan mountains in the background. I'm going crazy. I know it's there. Parallax sky textures, not too shabby, not the end of the world. Down in here. Can't find it. My fucking 25-year-old memories are telling me, my 30-year-old memories probably, yeah, 30-year-old, are telling me that there is a rocket launcher in this map someplace. I can't remember exactly where it was. I'll get it later. You really want to kind of have it right away, though. This still runs on my 4633 at the lake cabin. Exploding barrels. I didn't give them credit for that. Oh, here it is. This is the rocket launcher. I thought you could get it sooner, though. Like in one of the prior two maps. Is anyone still watching? 4 viewers. This is just... I'm gonna play until we beat the Barons, alright? Just endure. For memory's sake. This is activating some core memories of being a little kiddo on the family computer. And getting falsely blamed for jerking my meat to early internet porn because I had been eating vanilla ice cream. And that got the mouse sticky and my dad assumed it was cum. Which I was young enough where that was not a reasonable suspicion and I didn't know what he suspected me of. until he said it. Like, even when he said it was, this is sticky. Why is this sticky? I was like, look at, there's a bowl right there. You can feel the bowl is sticky. It had ice cream in it. I wasn't fucking doing that by 10. I remember. He apologized. I got a Batman comic. Just one of the many cringy things I did in my long career of being cringe. Actually, that reminded me of something recently. Another cringy thing I did was, you know those romantic scenes in rom-coms where like the guy is running alongside the train, which is departing with his love interest on it, and they're looking at each other, and as he like reaches out. I did that with my first girlfriend for real at Union Station, which is a train station in Portland. She was taking the train to go off to a different school. It was the last time I saw her until she came back during the anti-war protests. But anyways, I fucking can't say it out loud. I did a Naruto run, which kind of made it's kind of less romantic when you Naruto run. Or maybe it's more romantic. I guess it depends who you are. For Naruto, it'd probably be the most romantic thing that you could do for Sakura. There's something keen about level design in Doom, just because they were working with very limited system resources, so that you couldn't use a bunch of sectors in every room, but you had to get creative with shapes to provide an interesting environment. I know that sounds like something out of like a cartoon, the train Naruto run, but that's the real thing that I did. There's no good excuse for me to be the way that I am. Like, I don't have autism. Autism has me. She probably didn't know what the fuck I was doing either. Like, why is he running that way? Why did I let that guy put his penis inside me? Oh, that raises the bridge. Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. You can do puzzles, kind of, with just raising and lowering sectors. This is what the room I have a core memory from. Playing on the Hewlett-Packard Pentium, which it had a Pentium like 90, so it should never have run this as badly as it did. I don't know what was wrong with it, but I remember playing on this ledge. I have a picture in my brain from my 10-year-old memory banks of trying to navigate this ledge with like a 5 frames per second frame rate. And I kept falling off and getting mad. That's how I found this. There's another rocket launcher area. I had to play it in secret though, because my parents didn't like me playing any games with guns in it. That's enough to have a good time on. You can play Half-Life on that in software mode. With more than 200 megahertz. I sometimes feel like I was born in the wrong time period. Because I had like a picture... I think I blame it on all the science fiction that my dad had me read. Because the science fiction set expectations that could not possibly be met for several more decades. But I took that for granted as the way things were supposed to be. I don't think wasn't the intended takeaway of those stories. But I kept... When I would use early computers, like the one that my dad bought me for my room that was like a 286... I was like, what the fuck is this shit? If I was going to become a programmer, you should have started me out like with computers as they were. And it would have captivated me because I would not have known what was possible. But giving a young autistic nerd science fiction is like taking a young girl to Disneyland and dressing her as a princess, letting her make believe that she's a princess and have everybody humor her. That's disastrous for her emotional and personal development, and only breeds narcissists. Kids are like that. Kids rely on parents to calibrate their brain and to set their expectations. Once I knew what was possible, I became disillusioned with life very rapidly. I was like, why don't we have this? This is all possible on paper. From a physics standpoint, all this can be done. I grew up mostly in the 80s and 90s, too, so... There was some cool stuff, but shit was more rudimentary than you probably are thinking. Like, there was still... Very much were still record players, even though people had cassette decks. There was everybody had a VHS tape. Laserdisc existed technically, but you didn't see it anywhere except for educational settings like schools and museums. Computers were shit. Game consoles were mostly shit. But I had a picture in my brain of how things should be. Like, computers should be easy to use. I could picture like what would become modern graphical user interfaces. That's why Doom was a transformative moment for me, because video games looked like something. I talked about this in a video I made, where I wanted to use games as escapism, but I couldn't because I couldn't take them seriously for a long time. Not that I didn't enjoy like Mario and Sonic, but they were like moving pictures. They were like drawings that would scroll sideways. As of Doom, and I guess to a lesser extent Wolfenstein 3D, although that was so abstract I didn't even know what I was looking at first. Once Doom came along, it looked like something. And games became worlds. You understand the difference that I'm trying to communicate? I'm not doing a great job. I'm not doing a great job of it, but you could go into the screen. Like I'm doing, I could move forward. As if you were venturing through like a portal. And you could keep going, and the world just kept going. And one of the reasons Ola Lilia was so fascinated by parallax scrolling is because it had a similar effect of making the world feel bigger than it was. Like I talked about this when streaming Super Castlevania 4. There's this part in the scrolling background where you can see a clearing in the woods in the distance and a campfire in a village. It's like, why can't I go there? Like, this is such a huge world. Look at all that stuff in the background. I want to go there and see what's going. I want to explore. Well, once Doom came along, and 3D games became more than just like partially untextured mazes like Wolfenstein, you could do that. If you saw something in the distance, you could go there. Not very far in the distance because of draw distances. I missed the secret level. Fuck. I think that transition happened for everybody else with Duke Nukem 3D because while Doom looks like a environment with textures on every surface and that was enough by itself, Duke 3D looks like stuff that everybody else was already familiar with from their day-to-day lives. Like there's magazine shops, there's strip clubs, there's police cars, there's buildings and sidewalks. It looked like the real world for the most part. I wonder if we're getting a Kex remaster of Duke 3D. I hope not. Actually, I hope so, because the Randy Pitchford version is pretty universally hated. I have a memory of this, too. This is where I first found the chain gun as a kid, not knowing about the secrets yet. I never learned a map for Doom because there didn't seem to be much point. Because like I said, you couldn't do a lot with it. Like I had these grandiose schemes in my head of what I wanted to create. With Doom, you can just make more Doom, unless you're going to get into modding it properly. With the tools that come with it, though, you can only make so many things. When Build came along, and you can make real-life settings, like I can make my school. I can make my house. I can make my neighborhood. Nothing's stopping me. And that's tremendously liberating when you're a kid, because you don't have a car yet. You can only reach what you can reach on your bicycle. You don't have your own money. You travel only where your parents choose to take you on vacation. So the ability to create any virtual world you want to, limited only by your skill with the tools, it was revolutionary. It's mind-blowing. Doesn't seem that way now, but it was back then. Like, it's hard to remember now that we're fucking old people. Not fucking old people, you know what I mean? We're old people compared to. And we can drive and we can take the airplane and schedule our own flights and whatnot. It's how easy it is to forget how stiflingly imprisoned we felt as children. We had no agency, no autonomy in anything. It was cozy if you view it through rose-tinted glasses, but there were surely many times where as a kid you were like, this sucks. This is the worst hell. I want to grow up faster. Now we just want to go back, but at the time there were definitely points where we thought, I want to be able to drive, I want to be able to stay up late and choose when I go to bed, I want to be able to choose what I eat, and I want to dress myself, and I want to get real haircuts that aren't from a fucking Flowbee. I want to be alone in my room with a girl and not have my parents checking on me. I want to, you know what I mean? It's like being kind of just a prisoner in some respects. Some of that, like school, we were wrong about. Like, school was awesome. There was nothing wrong with school. It's just because we had to be there that we didn't want to. But we get to see our friends every day. We didn't have to do anything but learn, and learning is pleasurable past a certain age. But when you're in that state, that prisoner mindset, and you suddenly discover it's an option to make your imagination real, to imagine settings that you would like to explore and just create them on this wonderful little box. I never stood a chance after that. Like, the rest of my life was going to be spent in front of a computer one way or the other. Reading is much the same, or writing, I should say. But you're much less limited with writing. You can depict things that would be very difficult and expensive to depict virtually. Less so now that we have AI. I hope AI means that we all get to be the idea guy. Remember the concept of the idea guy? Like, I want to make video games, but I don't want to do any work. I just want to tell everybody else what to make. I'll be the idea guy. Surely that's a real job. Maybe it can be a real job now. This is a mask wall, by the way. It's just a PNG, basically, where one of the colors gets made clear at runtime. You can do a lot of interesting stuff with mask walls in this engine. They were used to make to brute force bridges. Like, if you make mask walls of a certain height, you can walk on them. Or at least, kind of. You need to make a parallaxed, you can make an invisible sector that rises to provide the bounding box, basically. The mask walls are like, to Doom, what sprite-based bridges are to Duke 3D, but they don't have clipping of their own. The trick is that the sector below it is in different positions, depending on whether you're standing on the bridge or approaching it from the side. If you approach it from the side, then it lowers so you can walk under the bridge, and thus you create the illusion of a bridge you can walk over and under. Which is no simple task in Doom, which is in many ways much more restrictive. Duke 3D had discrete heights for things. Like, there was an over and an under. In Doom, everything is basically 2.5D, and enemies are infinitely tall. Or the bounding boxes are. Bounding spans, I should say. This is what the game engine really sees. Is a vector-based... I guess these are technically polygons. It's just a 2D polygon engine, basically. But with a really clever rasterization technique that extrudes them upwards and draws vertical spans of pixels at the locations of the vectors, along the vectors that are taller or shorter depending upon their distance from the camera. And that's how the walls are drawn, and that's all there is to it, basically. Like, you can see that the distant walls, they taper into the distance, but they're made out of vertical pixel columns. And it's just, the engine decides how tall to make them by drawing lines from you to everything around you as many times per second as it can draw frames. Do I have all three keys? Yes, I do. How it draws floors, I'm not sure. But it used the same technique as... Well, not exactly. Wolfenstein 3 was slightly different, as I recall, but very similar in concept. That's how, with some bullshit magic, you can create what appears to be a fully 3D environment, while only rendering 2D polygons. I had someone ask why Mode 7 wasn't used to texture the floors and ceilings in Doom for SNES, which is very wrong, but completely understandable. That makes perfect sense if you don't know much about the FX chip and the draw modes of the SNES and incompatibilities thereof. Look at that. Look at how neat that is. This would surely excite the imagination of oh, I bet I could create this. Well, because when you think within limits, within constraints, you get so creative. Because you're not overwhelmed with being able to do everything. It narrows down. It helps narrow down all your ideas for you to what's possible to realize. And look at what was accomplished in Sin City with 2 colors, or 3 colors, I should say, or luminosity and red, basically, I should say. Look what's accomplished in certain MS Paint webcomics that are better for the fact that they're in MS Paint. Monster infighting. Bungie saw this and they were like, we can make a whole trilogy of games based around this gimmick, where every fight is monster infighting, where you're just an interloper. Like, it's not really about you. Which was, granted, a really clever concept at the time that they made Marathon. Is that all there is in here? I guess so. Oh, here we go. Did I lose all my guns? I did. And my armor too. Consideration was given to that, though. That people might have to start over from scratch in each of the subsequent levels. Ooh, that is good crowd control. No. I still want to see the Barons. I don't want to cheat either. It's a durable fella to take a shotgun blast to the face like a champ. Also not to bleed out. You would think that with the technology available at this juncture, they could simulate different body parts and injuries to them. RimWorld does that for every character, and I know there were a lot of D&D style RPGs on PC back then that did the same thing. Maybe it just wouldn't have been fun to bleed out. I guess that is a foolish thing to say. It's not fun in real life. It wouldn't be fun to simulate. Probably somebody's made that as a mod, though. There we go. Finding all the interesting little situations you can create with only the capabilities of the engine. Korean corn dogs. The question men were afraid to ask, but even more afraid of the answer. This is not Japanese pizza. Or I guess any Asian pizza. There's some ideas I don't hate, like the little mini hot dog crust pizzas. If you've seen those, where the hot dogs are I mean, the crust is made out of little mini corn dogs, kind of, or little, like, you know those hot dog bites where they're wrapped in dough and cooked? Like, the crust is made out of those. That's like, I don't hate it. It's a good idea. But then they get into stuff like cream cheese and corn. Or mayo. No, it's mayo and corn, not cream cheese. It's like, what fucking circle of hell did you get that recipe from? You had a good thing going with the mini dog crust, and then you had to ruin it all. Usually they improve on what they take from us, although we took it from the Italians, and we didn't improve it, we made it worse. That's the difference between America and Japan. We take things, we make them worse. They take them and make them better. Like, every Americanized version of every ethnic food is worse off than the original. It's been fucking productized. It's changes have been made in order to make it easier to mass produce, and so more people can have it. Oh, that's a slap in the face. That will not stand. American style indeed. I guess those are all technically American flavors. But the combination of those is not an American flavor. It's a Lovecraftian flavor. So I didn't do it. Short Talk did it. He mailed a copy of two of my books. Copies of two of my books to Hunter and Wendigoon from Creepcast. And I've not seen any indication that they've even received them. Is it too much to hope for? Did I get my hopes up? I'm sure they received lots of things in the mail. I had these delusions that this would be my big break. I don't know, man. They also believe that if you sleep indoors with the fan turned on, that it sucks all the oxygen out of the room and kills you. So something's going on in the old noodle. That wasn't intended as a racist pun. I swear to God, I'm so sorry. I'll do better. I'll be better. As long as there's a paycheck in it for me. There's a big long thread, giggity, on the Steam forums about whether Rise of the Triad or Doom was a better game. Just because Rise of the Triad had a much more limited engine but vastly more features. It's hard to say. I want to say that just the more sophisticated engine actually does elevate the experience that the Doom offers. It makes it so much more interesting and stimulating to navigate the settings, whereas you basically know what you're getting from the rest of the game from level 1 onwards in Rise of the Triad. Everything that you see is going to be 90-degree corners, and it's going to be a single floor and ceiling height with platforms. It's just almost all of us. We probably have similar urban legends we don't think about. I'm sure we do. Wonder where our blind spots are. Would it have killed them to have you submerge part way into the liquids in this game? Fucking Heretic had that. It's like a half step towards real water. In Heretic, you sink up to your waist in the water. You can never submerge. All the water in the entire fantasy world the game takes place in is exactly waist deep. Whereas in Doom, it's always like 1 centimeter deep. Oh shit, another core memory unlocked. I've seen this before, but from the perspective of PlayStation Doom. And where was I when that happened? I was in a hotel at the beach. I was in the Shiloh Hotel. I want to say in Cannon Beach, on the Oregon coast. Because my parents would always take me to the beach whenever they would go for like their anniversary or the 4th of July. And I'd be like, all right, but I don't want to go. Except that, I mean, I kind of did because it meant we would eat out at restaurants every night. Because it was more convenient than cooking in the hotel. But if you've ever been to the Oregon coast, except for the very peak of summer, it's terrible. It's just shitty, depressing, overcast, wet, gray weather for almost the entire year. So I didn't go outside. I did enjoy swimming in the hotel pool. I brought my PlayStation 1 with me. I loved that thing. And I played Doom PS1 on it because the guy at the game store said that was the version to get if I didn't have the PC one. And I had the PC one, but I wanted to play it portably and I didn't have a laptop. And it was a great version. I don't like the wet gray weather. Because then the hot chicks are all bundled up. My dad would always be a cornball and elbow me and point at them and say, look at the body on that one. Get it? Because you can't fucking see anything. But anyways, I would sit in the hotel room. On the way, I would always pester them to stop at the outlet mall. Because the outlet mall had KB Toys, and KB Toys had video games. And because it was an outlet mall, it was all surplus merchandise that didn't sell. And was way out of date. So when I was interested in toys, up to the age of like 14, they had toys from like 10 years ago. And they continued to have older toys that were from surplus stocks and warehouses. So they had like toys from the movies like RoboCop and Aliens 2 well into the mid-2000s. Which would have been great if I knew enough to collect them and just bought them up to resell later on eBay if I had my wits about me. But anyways, what was interesting is because it's like a throwback dimension. They still had VHS tapes well into like 2010. Now, well, that's exaggerating. Like 2005, no, 2010. 2010, they still had VHS tapes. And they still had DVDs as of like a few years ago. It was the last time I went. I went to Seaside with my girlfriend at the time. So it was really interesting. There wasn't really the collector's market that there is now. So the prices were very fair. They were below normal, not above it. So I would always pick up some games for Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, 32X, Jaguar, and Doom, and PS1. They never had any Saturn, except for the shit ones. They had shit Saturn games. Rarely a Sega CD game. That was the utopia when everyone was naive about the collector's market. You know what I mean? Shit wasn't expensive yet. So I didn't realize how good we had it. I thought I was just slumming it and buying the games that I could afford on allowance and mowing lawns. But I picked up Doom on the way to the beach. That's where I first played it. I first played Crash Bandicoot on the Oregon coast in the hotel room. I think I first played Robo Pit under the same circumstances. I played a lot of my favorite games for the 5th gen consoles at the beach in the hotel room. And I always brought my console because they offered LodgeNet. Remember LodgeNet? In order to scam money out of parents who have whiny children begging them to play the N64 or Super Nintendo, N64, GameCube were the 3 generations they did launching it for. Like, the console would not be in the room. The console would be at the front desk. And they would pipe the signal to your room. It's like a terminal setup. But it was like fucking $10 a minute. I'm exaggerating, but it wasn't far off. It was some absurd amount of money, like 20 bucks an hour or some shit. Like, more expensive than a movie would be to see in the theater. It was some really exorbitant, exploitative amount. So I immediately... That's the reason why my dad even let me do it, because usually he would yell my ear off for bringing game... He hated game machines. He thought they were a perversion of computing technology. That they were going to cause me to fail to live up to my potential, which they did. He was right about that. He thought that they were addictive and like a digital drug. He was right about that. They were like comic books. They were like intellectually lowbrow and a waste of my time and my precious minutes and hours and days of life. Again, I can't really say he was off at all about that. In the PS1 version, this thing lowers down. If I knew how good I had it back then, I would have saved up my allowance and bought up everything they had at KB Toys on the coast. I would be sitting pretty now, reselling those after Angry Video Game Nerd popularized the hobby. Not to be like a hipster. This is going to sound very hipsterish, and I understand. But I was collecting old game consoles before anyone made a hobby out of that, doing that specifically. Before there was a retro collecting market. Not because it was cool, but because I could afford it. Yeah, Dad was nothing if not frugal. So when he saw LodgeNet, he's like, don't you even fucking think about asking for that. After that, I was like, well, can I bring up my own console? And that sold it to him. That sold the idea of getting around an exploitative ripoff by... And he liked doing that. He was all about that. He was all about life hacks, like using trash bags with holes cut in them as ponchos. Because real ponchos cost a bit more than they should for what they are. Or like the Flowbee. Like anytime he could buy a gadget that would let him avoid spending more money, he'd think I mean, which is really conceptually similar to the Chinese notion of little cleverness, which is just again life hacks. And getting around attempts to extort money. So he would let me bring my consoles, and I would, while they were out doing drinking, I guess, or dancing, or whatever they did. I know they weren't fucking because I was in their hotel room and they weren't there. But anyway, I would be playing video games that I bought on the way, and then I'd buy some more on the way back. I never brought my 64. I don't know why. I always brought my PS1. I guess because I wanted to play music CDs on it and listen to them too while laying in bed. I don't mean to be sadistic, but I'm glad someone else suffered the Flowbee the way I did. The thing was horrible. That thing was... we should use that in Gitmo. On the beards of the terrorists, or the innocent people we also arrest and keep there. That's where I brought my Jaguar a lot, because again, KB had a lot of Jaguar games. It was a kind of a perfect storm of circumstances where they mostly stocked things that didn't sell, and Jaguar games didn't sell. So they always had lots of Jaguar games because nobody fucking had a Jaguar, so no one bought them. But the guy there was a mensch. He was a stand-up guy who recognized that I was a naive rube, and I was at a great danger of wasting my scarce allowance and birthday money on crap, because Jaguar has a lot of crap. It's a target-rich environment, that library of games. So he every time I saw him, and he worked there for 3 of the years that I went, he would always steer me towards the good games on every platform. He's like, well, what did you bring this time? Well, we brought PS1. Alright, well, I want Doom. Well, Doom's good on PS1. Descent is not good unless you have the dual analog, or whatever. He didn't say that, but that sort of advice. He would steer me away from the stinkers and towards the good games. I remember liking Lemmings 3D because of the experimental nature of puzzle games. Remember, was Super Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo ever on PS1? I have memories of playing it, but I also had that on Saturn, so it feels like a false memory. Those were some good times, though. Those was like some vaporwave times, listening to the waves crash against the shore outside. In the fucking thick pea-soup fog. Watching miserable people walk their dog on the beach in parkas and Ugg boots. While I played Tempest 2000 or Crash Bandicoot. I played something like Pilot Wings too, but it wasn't on 64 because I never brought my 64 to the beach with me. I don't know why. I don't remember why. It was always my PS1 or my Jaguar. I wasn't allowed to bring two. One was already a stretch. I remember getting my ass beat because I snuck my Game Gear to the lake cabin, and like Dad specifically wanted me to enjoy nature. So when he heard me playing that at night, because I was too stupid to use headphones, he came in there and I got a whooping that night. And we had a big fight about it, and I tried to explain to him, I enjoy the things that I enjoy, and you enjoy the things that you enjoy, and we're not the same person. And trying to beat me into being the same person is you's not going to work, is just going to make me hate you and put you in a home when you're old. Oh, well that's because you were doing fucked up things in the game. I have a story like that. Remember Cats and Dogs with a Z? Cats, it was like Nintendogs, but for Microsoft Windows 3.1 and 95. Where like the animal, it was like virtual pets, but the pets were made out of balls. I know how that sounds, but it's like the same technique as in Balls, the fighting game on Super Nintendo, where their bodies are made out of little like fuzzy circles, and they overlap to make arms and legs. Anyway, I had that, and I used to take screenshots and then import them into MS Paint, and then I would make like cyborgification chambers that would assimilate the animals. I don't know why I did this. Like, what was my end game? What did I get out of that? But it looked really gory and like serial killer behavior. It looked like a torture chamber, which is also how I got in trouble drawing scenes from the film Aliens. Oh, this is what I remember. This is another one of the areas I remember from the PS1 version. It's funny how bored I was at the time, but how much I was taking for granted. A really relaxing, to many people, a luxurious experience, but I just didn't want to be there. I guess I should be thankful that my dad forced me to have experiences that weren't on the computer. It took me to real places and made me do real things, because I wouldn't have otherwise. I remember being bored to tears in Hawaii and playing whatever fucking Flash games I could find on the laptop. I found like very rudimentary Java first-person shooters and Mario Kart clones and the usual Newgrounds stuff, because that's what would run on the laptop, and they didn't have any games installed. because that's the last thing he'd allow. I remember also bringing graph paper so I could chart out levels I wanted to make in Shadow Warrior and Blood when I got home, so I didn't miss out on any good ideas. But anyway, I remember going to the school psychologist over that aliens drawing, which is understandable. I mean, probably that's what happened to Giger for inventing those concepts and drawing them first. I was just drawing what Giger came up with. But I guess chest bursters and fucking the sexual imagery inherent to the xenomorph. They're like, what's wrong with this kid? What's going on in his brain? It's funny how the experiences you most feel nostalgic for and want to go back to are the ones that, while they're happening, are the most unbearably tedious. I was so bored that I was playing Doom and making up a story for it in my mind. Like, I had a headcanon for Doom because I wanted to embellish it into like something more entertaining. Where I had don't clip this. I had a demon GF in my headcanon because I was like a horny teenager, so I had a demon waifu. But here's the thing, though. It was forbidden love because we weren't supposed to be there. Like, the UAC wasn't just like didn't accidentally contact Hell. They were building Walmarts there. Like, the idea was to establish like strip malls and American colonies with like Burger Kings and Starbucks, like in Hell. And the demons were just territorial animals. Like the plot of Starship Troopers, kind of. Or I guess Helldivers too now. So I was like, it was just the plot of Avatar, but before Avatar came out. Where I fell for a native tale. There's like an Ugu anime demon waifu. We dressed in the like RAR XD scene girl style because nobody draw this, because that's what fucking made my dick rock hard. Me and every other male during the late 90s, early 2000s. Like that's what it was designed to do, is make your pee-pee into the big pee-pee. It's a shame that's really age specific and doesn't look good on women in my own age range, because it looked like $1 million on stupid fucking smooth-brained teenagers. Wonder what other styles are like. I guess there are styles only for adults. There's a lot of clothing articles that where if teenagers wear something like, oh, are you in a play? Are you in a school play? Like fucking a fitted suit looks really out of place on a teenager unless they're a billionaire's progeny. But anyways, I was trying to escape with her and to find a place where we could be together and not be judged. It's not that they're evil. I mean, both sides were evil. It's just that if the demons caught us, they'd kill both of us. And if the humans caught us, they would kill both of us. I guess I could RP that with H-Doom, couldn't I? That's what I did, though. I should have known I was going to be a writer. I mean, I was a writer even then, but I wrote terrible, terrible things. I wrote awful things that should never see the light of day. I wrote Super Mario and Sonic the Hedgehog fanfiction. But I wrote Mario fanfiction based on the live-action movie. it's as bad as you imagine. I wrote it as a sitcom though. It's like a Seinfeld sitcom, but it's live action Bob Hoskins Mario and John Leguizamo Luigi. As a new Super Mario Bros. Super Show, but it's based on the movie canon. With like Dino Hatton and Daisy instead of Peach. So, somebody should have just killed me. Too cringe to live, too rare to die. It is. The memory of it is painful because I mean, it wasn't as bad as like that Harry Potter fanfic that everybody quotes with Ebony Darkness, Dementia Raven Way or whatever her name was. But it was. It's not for lack of trying. Like it was close. It was all like gags and like laugh tracks, like it was a real TV show. Then I made it a Sonic High School fanfiction because I was ripping off Toasty64, which is one of the more respected fanfiction writers on that site, which is funny to say. Whenever I move into a new space, it's like a prison where you try to figure out who the biggest big dick ballers are, so you know who to watch and emulate, and who you're trying to dethrone. Whether I was making maps or writing fan fiction or whatever else I did, I always looked up to whoever was the best at it and tried to be better. Like in mapping, it was Ika Karanen, who went on to work at Valve, by the way. I think he still does. He made by far, not by a small margin, by a large margin, the best Quake user maps ever seen. At least I mean, nowadays there's been mega projects that are not bound by system limitations. Back in the day, though, he made really impressive Quake user maps with custom textures, and he went on to keep making some of the best content for Quake. Which is why I stole his naming convention with maps. If you dig up those fanfictions, I will kill myself. That is a promise and a threat. I will suicide if those ever see the light of day. There was nothing sexual. That's the only way it could have been worse. It could have been worse if there was sexual content. There wasn't. I never made any of that kind of stuff. Well, that's not exactly true. I did try drawing my own Rule 34, which my fucking which my parents found. That was hard to fucking explain. Actually, I thought I was slick. It was Sally Acorn from Sonic mostly. She already was like mostly naked, so she didn't look any different, and it wasn't obviously sexual, except that I made her boobs bigger. I think my autistic brain, not having theory of mind, was thinking, oh, they'll know who this is, so they won't see it as a sexualized character. They didn't know who that was. So they did see it as a sexualized character, and we had a long talk about boundaries and appropriate topics to draw things of. That's what I get for being nostalgic, is I unlock memories that should remain buried. They take a lot more rockets than I remember. This is fucking activating the almonds. I played this on the Hewlett-Packard in the kitchen. Now I remember what happens next is that you go into this room. I was actually angered, physically angered by this as a kid. The fact that you can't beat this battle. The next battle you have is unwinnable. At least in the shareware it is. I don't know if it still does it in the full version. Where a bunch of monsters kill you in the dark and that's the end of it. Really is impressive the first 2 or 3 times to see it, but not in every level. Yep, no. Yep, that's what happens. I should have treasured that time in the hotel rooms more and been like, at least it's not middle school. At least I'm not in middle school being called a retard for defending evolution and being fucking chased into the field and pushed down and forced to eat leaves and having my pants taken off and run away with. So all I had was my fucking Super Mario Brothers tidy whities, or on one occasion my Star Trek tidy whities, which I guess I learned from that by middle school you're supposed to be wearing boxers. You're not supposed to still wear your childhood underwear. I didn't know that. I learned a hard lesson. To beat the big badasses and clean out the moon base, you're supposed to win, aren't you? Aren't you? Where's your fat reward and ticket home? What the hell is this? It's not supposed to end like this way. Sinks like rotten meat. It looks like a lost demo space. It's like you're stuck on the shores of hell. You're out of through. In the game experience, play the shores of hell. It's an amazing sequel, Inferno. Did they leave that in? Even in the full version? I guess they did. That was episode 1 of Doom. I don't think I ever played all the episodes all the way through. I might have. Like once. Anyway, Short Talk is asleep, so we're not rating anybody tonight. Do not draw my OC. Do not look up my fanfictions. I will fucking cringe so hard I will collapse into myself like 4-dimensional origami being sucked into a fucking black hole and getting spaghettified, which is much less delicious than it sounds. One would assume. I've never experienced it. So that's all for this time. Get at me again on Wednesday, same ham time, same ham channel. That's 7 o'clock West Coast time, 11 o'clock p.m. Probably will try to play Metal Gear Revengeance, and if I keep getting my shit pushed in over and over like what happened tonight, I'll give Dead Space a shot again, maybe, or we'll choose something else. I've been looking for a deal on Penny's Big Breakaway, but that's stubbornly still expensive. Look forward to that, though, on Wednesday. This is your friendly neighbor Handout signing off, and returning you to your regularly scheduled sleepy time.